Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Let's see. Oh, Mommy Bear. Mama Bear 68 says hello, PG and gang. Number one in here tonight. Amen. Florida girls, number two. Hello, PG. I'm first. I'm sorry, nope. You're second. You're second. Mama Bear beat you in. And God bless. Good to see you guys in here. And crime, you are number three. Evening I met. God bless. Good to see everybody in here. And there we go. Jelly Baby is number four. Oh, I love the different colors of hearts. God bless. God bless. Mama Bear, 68 said, you're second, Florida girl. Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. So funny. All right, let me see if I can get to the bottom of here. Right. Um Writing solo, how you doing? How you doing tonight, sweetie? How you doing? Vic, how you doing? English Rose, Pink Banjo. Oh, there's Sassy Cats. And let me get on down through here. Oh, our bucket list has holes. How you doing, sweetie? Hello, PG, Summer's Army. Oh, look at the purple hearts and the prayer hands. God bless. God bless. I love the green. Greens for missing children. For missing children. God bless. I hope I hope people are putting in green light bulbs on your porch that you support missing. Um, you can get like a little green ribbon and put it on your door handle of your car or on somewhere in your car. Um, maybe make a green ribbon and put a little magnet on the back of it, and it will stick to your vehicle, stick to your refrigerator, um, your front door. Uh, yeah, it'd be really nice to see. You know, it would really be nice to see the green ribbons hanging on mailboxes and on vehicles and so forth and so on. It would also be beautiful to see green wreaths hanging. It don't have to be all green, but with some green flowers in it for the missing children on our doors. It would be amazing, amazing. And I know I put in a blue bulb for to support law enforcement. I definitely support law enforcement. But I'm gonna see if I can change that out for green. Because missing children are super important. They are super important also. Brandy, how you doing, sweetie? On True Crime, how you doing? Good to see you. Sweet Peas, how you doing, sweetie? Lisa, there you are, girl. Little Dave, SL, Tracy. Let me see. I hope I'm not missing too many people as I go down through here. Lucy Cat, good to see you. And Miss Justice, 1111. Good to see you, sweetie. Deputy Sheriff, there's Nerdy Girl. How you doing? Oh, there's Chris. I don't want to miss you. Don't want to miss you. Oh, that is beautiful, Sweet Peas. Absolutely. Look at all the green hearts for the missing. God bless. God bless. It is definitely lighting up in here tonight. Absolutely. Okay, it is Sunday. It is Sunday, y'all. It is definitely Sunday. And I was quite busy today. I did not I did not forget. about putting a video together to show about the solar eclipse that's coming on April the 8th and so forth and so on. I just didn't get time to get it all put together. So I will try to finish that up. This evening or sometime tomorrow, and I will bring it in. God willing, we're here tomorrow evening. I will try to bring that in for everyone to see. I was just stopping in tonight. Tonight because Sebastian's case, I think, has every one of our attentions, right? Hey, Voices Behind the Wall, how you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Good to see you, sweetie. Laylee, how you doing? How you doing tonight, hon? I think this case has all of our attention, right? It's got everyone's attention. Oh, that is so sweet. That is so sweet, Truth. She said, please, I caught your live, PG. Hey, everyone, good to see you. Good to see you, sweetie. Absolutely good to see you. God bless. This case has got all of our attention. Every last one of us. It definitely has our attention. And there's a lot going on in Sebastian's case. A lot going on in Sebastian's case, right? Michael Vaughn, absolutely. Michael's missing as well. We have 4 children. 4 children. Eli, who needs to be found. Michael Vaughn needs to be found. Sebastian needs to be found. Summer Moon Utah Wells needs to be found. It's not a want, it is a need for these children to be found. Absolutely. And I definitely pray that Michael is found very soon. Brandy definitely needs closure. She definitely needs closure in Michael's case. There is nothing worse than having a missing child and not knowing where it is, what happened to it. She has been cleared by law enforcement. This is a grieving mother of a missing child who really, that case needs some attention put on it so that Brandy can get answers and get the closure needed in Michael's case. Absolutely. And I pray all the time that Michael is found so that Brandy can. I pray that all of these children are found. That's the truth. I pray that all of them are found, because all the people out here invested in these cases, we need closure too. We need closure, right? We need closure as well. But Michael does need found. He does need found. Little Dave, you are such a sweetheart for putting him up in the chat tonight and keeping awareness going on his case. God bless. That was beautiful. I want to remind everyone, it is open panel here every single night. Open panel here. You're always welcome. If you're overwhelmed or you just feel that you need to come up, you maybe express some things, because these cases can be very overwhelming. They can be very overwhelming. And sometimes, they can get to you. Sometimes it's good to vent. Sometimes it's good to vent, your feelings, your thoughts, just to get some of what is going on in your mind, off your mind, by unloading it, um, being able to talk about it. So that's why we have open panel here. We have open panel every single night for everyone, because we understand, how hard these cases are, how much it can, how overwhelming it can be, right? And we also understand that, being able to come up on panel and talk about it, um, helps. It helps a lot, to get it out of your system. So if anyone wants to take a link, come up and talk, express anything or talk about anything, you're always welcome, to come up on panel. I have put the link out. Um, I have put the link out for everyone to grab. It's usually always pinned to the top, and you are most welcome. I see you. Good to see you, sweetie. Good to see you. You are always welcome to come on panel. Absolutely. So, anyway, oh, beautiful sunflower. Good to see you, sweetie. Good to see you in here. Absolutely. There you are. There's there is our beautiful sunflower right there. Right there. Lisa, good to see you, sweetie. We love you, PG. Thank you for keeping these missing cases alive and well. We got to keep them alive. We have. That's a must, right? That's a must to keep them alive. If we don't keep them alive, mm, I'm afraid they wouldn't get solved if we do not keep these cases, these children's pictures and these cases, on the forefront. They will not get solved, right? We got to keep them out there and keep them in the media and keep them, fresh on law enforcement's mind, reminding them that, hey, we're watching. You really need to get something done in this case. Absolutely broke my heart to see Sebastian's father searching today. I had to turn it off. I couldn't take it. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Southern. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It can get overwhelming. Absolutely. I spent most of the day. I've spent most of the day watching JLR, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, I've got like 8 minutes left. I might have to go out and come back." And I'm like, "Oh no, right? No." And then everybody started brushing, right? Everybody, and he had to go out and come back in. Um, but I picked back up. I picked back up on the other side, and as they continued, and they're going back out tomorrow. They will be going back out tomorrow, but and I X the chat off. I don't chat. I X the chat off so that my screen can be bigger, and I can help focus on the ground and the grass and whatever's out there. So while he's looking, we're all looking too, right? We're all looking, also to see if we see anything, up in the trees, or anywhere that someone could have missed. And I think that helps. I think that really does help, um, to have all the eyes you can out there, because with him having the camera, with him having the camera open and all of us being able to watch, it allows us to also help search as well, to see if we spot or see anything that could, possibly be something that needs to be gone back and looked over. So, that it's beautiful what JLR does. It's beautiful what he does. Um, and I'm telling you, what they do, what they're out there doing is treacherous, right? I mean, you've seen them coming up that steep hill, right? The real steep hill. And the guy had to actually pull, right? He had to actually grab a hold of the lady's hand and pull up to get him up the steep hill. And then the other gentleman, he almost, he was slipping, and oh Lord, thank God, the good Lord caught him and straightened his balance up, and he made it up that thing. But yeah, it can get treacherous out there. And the thing is the thing I don't understand, what I don't understand is these mom and the stepdad, right? Mommy and stepdad, Mr. Chris. These two people seem to be like the whales. No, they're not. They're not searching. They're not searching. Matter of fact, matter of fact, right here, as you can see, dad packed up, um, Mr. Chris, stepdad. Mr. Chris packed up and hauled out. And I guess mom hauled out right behind him, right? Mom hauled out right behind him. So they kind of hauled it together. They kind of hauled it out of there together. If you got a missing son, here, as I said, these two people remind me of Donald Wells and Candus. It reminds me of Mr. Donald and Candus, right? Mr. Chris and Katie seem to be a Mr. Donald and a Candus, if you ask me. Who's going to pull out? If you have a missing child, listen. If we had a missing child, if any of us had a missing child, any of us, we are not going to leave our home. We are not going to leave our home. You couldn't pull us. A team of horses could not pull us away from that house. Someone has to be there 24/7 in case that child returns, right? In case that child returns, someone has to be there. You don't know if someone's going to drop that child off, right? Let it out somewhere, and law enforcement's going to be bringing it back. Or maybe the child, they're going to let it off somewhere close, and it's going to find its way back. And there's no one there for the child. How can you leave? How can you leave the property? How can you do this? Well, Don and Candus did it, right? I mean, Grandma hauled it first. And then as soon as Candus got an opportunity, right? Donald goes to jail. Candus hauls it. They don't care. They don't care anything about that property for over 9 months, right? For over 9 months. And then they come back to it, right? Donald gets out of jail. Candus, they're up there burning a ton of stuff, right? They're up there having a full blown campfire, burning a bunch of we don't know what, but they're up there burning stuff for like 3 days. For like 3 days in a row, they're out there. What are they? What was they doing? What was they destroying? Right? What were they destroying? I don't know. And then they leave again. They leave again and move over into Arkansas, right? They move over right after Don gets out of jail, you know. Then they pack up again and they move over into Arkansas, right? And was refusing to come back to Tennessee. They were refusing to come back to Tennessee, you know. And then law enforcement and the probation officers, they forced Donald. They forced him back into Tennessee, back on the hill. And then here comes Candus running back because she don't want to lose her Donnie. Um, yeah. And this family, Sebastian's, Mr. Chris, and Katie, well, Sebastian ain't been gone. He hasn't even been gone, a full month yet, you guys. Almost a month, but not a full month. And they're already packing up and they're leaving. They're packing up and they're leaving. And they haven't been staying home 24/7 anyway because they were out at the barbecue, right? They're out eating, they're out running around, they're out living life. They're not staying at that house. They're not staying at that house doing all they could do to try to find their son. They're not out searching. They're not out there searching, looking for Sebastian. I don't care. I don't care what Mr. Chris says. I do not think they are putting out yard signs. I don't think they're going, I don't think they're riding all over the place putting flyers and mailboxes on car windows. I don't think they're out there really doing anything. When they went to the barbecue place, um, to lick the chicken, right? They were there licking chicken. Did they take a bunch of flyers with them? Did they put those flyers on everybody's car windows outside, right? Outside where everybody's parking? Did they put a flyer out there on all the windows so people could look for their child? No, they weren't doing that, right? They're not going to the malls and putting, their son's picture on everybody's window. I'm going to tell you something. I promise you. I promise you. For most of us, them flyers would be everywhere. They would be everywhere. Like it would look like an explosion, right? It would look like an explosion when we got done passing them out. Oh, Jesse, I appreciate that gift at 5 Prayer Garden of America memberships. Hey, girl, that is a gift that we'll keep giving, and I so appreciate it. I so appreciate it. God bless. God bless you. Yeah, so absolutely beautiful sunflower. That is so kind. Jess, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Much appreciated. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, but they have not been doing any of this. They haven't been doing any of this. And that saddens our hearts, right? That saddens our hearts when, we love you, PG. Hey, girl, I love you too. I truly do love you all. God bless. Um, yeah. Um, 325, the search for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Um, Sebastian's father and volunteers, American Machine and Masonry, 9 a.m. Central. Um, at Pam Central. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Um, the volunteers are together there tomorrow. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mrs. Justice 1111. God bless. God bless. Um, yeah, they will keep searching. They will keep searching until until. Hey girl, I love you too. God bless, Lynn. God bless. Um, there's Patty Ponytail. How you doing, sweetie? How you doing? Um, they will keep searching. That dad isn't going to give up. Sebastian's biological dad, he is not. He is not going to give up. The grandmother is not going to give up. She's not going to give up. Um, the dad's family, the dad's family, I'm going to tell you, they're livid. They are livid. I mean, um, that dad, Seth, he's packing, he is packing some real anger, some real anger right now, because he knows that there is big chunks of information missing. He knows that. He's in law enforcement, right? He's in law enforcement. And he understands that everything isn't being told. There's a whole lot of information that is not being told by Katie and Mr. Chris. And the biological dad of Sebastian, you could tell that he is right now fighting with so many different kinds of emotion. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, you guys. Um, absolutely unbelievable. I seen him. I seen him and he was crying. He was crying. He can't even keep it together. This dad cannot. He cannot keep it together. He so loved that boy. He so loved him. He said that his son, when Sebastian was at his home, that in Sebastian's room he has a little top drawer, and he said that everything, his wallet, his house key, all of his little things are in that drawer. You know how hard that is for that dad to look at? You know how hard it is for him to even go past that room that belonged to his son? It's unbelievable, unbelievable heartbreaking, very, very heartbreaking. There's nothing worse in this whole world, nothing worse in this whole world than to be reminded, see things and be reminded that your child is no longer with you. Nothing. No matter how you lose that child, no matter how you lose it. Nothing worse. Nothing worse in this whole world than stumbling over a reminder, even after you've put everything away. Nothing more heartbreaking. Nothing faster will bring tears to a parent's eyes than to open a box and be reminded with fresh memories. It's like a wave that comes back upon you, like you're there all over again. And this dad is going through that every day. And he's been going through that for almost a month now. Almost a month, holding on to hope. I'm sure he's holding on to God and Jesus Christ with everything he has. Just praying that his son's found. You know, he didn't say, I want my son back. He said, I need my son. Please, I need my son. That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. It's hard to listen to this dad, but what's even harder is to watch Katie and Mr. Chris go out eating at the local BBQ, licking the chicken instead of searching for the Sebastian who is missing. Or is he? I'm going to tell you something about parents that don't search. When parents are not searching, they already know where the child is. They know there's no need to be searching. I'm going to tell you that now. Like Don and Candus, they knew there was no need to be searching for Summer. That's my opinion. They knew there was no need to be searching for Summer. Why? Because in my opinion, they already know where Summer's at and what happened to Summer. That's my opinion. I bet my opinion's right. I bet it's right. And Katie and Mr. Chris not searching? Well, that tells me the same thing it told me about Don and Candus. If you're not searching, then your son must not be missing. He must not be missing to you. Because if he was really missing, I believe your asses would be searching for him. I believe you would be searching. Just saying. Big red flag. Big red flag when people are not out there searching for their child. That's what I got to say. And when you pack up from your home and you take off, you haul it a place where this child may come back to, if he's truly missing, a place he'll come back to. Well, you obviously know he's not coming back. You obviously know he isn't no runaway going to come back. Because because you would be there. If that was what you think, you would be there for him. You'd be there waiting, right? You would be there waiting. You wouldn't be packing it up and going on vacation, right? I think that they're going to go have a honeymoon, maybe. They're going to go have a honeymoon, celebrate. Right? They're going to go have a honeymoon, a second honeymoon, maybe. Like, you know, like Lori Bello, right? Like the Lori Bello case. You know, they ran off too, didn't they? They ran off and go have them a second honeymoon. Matter of fact, I think when they got arrested, they had some of them Hawaiian leis around their necks, right? They was arresting them up, putting them in the squad car. All of these people that do horrible, ugly things, terrible things to their children, some reason they all act alike. It's like they all, you know, they're not hard to spot. Right? Because they're all doing the same thing. Really freaking creepy is weird. But then again, they probably are all doing the same thing because they're all on the same brainwave, right? They're all working off the same, you know, the same dead cells that the rest are working off of, right? And I wouldn't expect too much out of them when they're working like that. So, you know, can't be working off no live brain cells or they wouldn't be doing what they do, right? They wouldn't be doing what they do. Just saying, you know, calling it like I see it, y'all. Calling it like I see it. But anyway, yeah, right there. JLR, you know, that JLR man, I'm going to tell you something. He is a beautiful human being. A beautiful human being. Absolutely, a kind, caring soul. Absolutely. But yeah, as you see, you know, they're all on vacation. The only yard sign they put up was the one in their own yard, right? The one in their own yard that somebody else probably gave them. Somebody else probably gave it to them. And they didn't really like looking at it, so now they packed up and they took off. And no, I don't have a clear picture of the RV they are driving. No, I don't. But I wanted to go over some of the things that Mr. Chris and Katie said when they were on Smalley's live. And I reached out to Smalley. I reached out to her. She said it was okay. It was okay for me to use the content that I'm using. And I much appreciate that. And if my mods could put Smalley's link in the chat too, I want to give Smalley credit for the awesome job that she did questioning these two humans, Sebastian's mother and Mr. Chris. I think, you know, I don't know for sure, but I believe that some people tried to give give Smiley a little bit of a pushback um, on leaving Justin's live and opening hers for them to come on. I commend her. I commend her for what she did. I absolutely commend her for drop. I would have dropped off that live and opened one as well to get the information needed for Sebastian. I would have done it also. If they was not willing to talk to anyone else, I would have did the same thing that Smelly done for this little boy. Absolutely. I agree with what Smelly did 150%. I want everyone to understand that. I also think that Smiley, on the spur of the moment, I think she done an amazing job. I think Smiley done an amazing job asking the questions, and she did ask some hard ones. Matter of fact, um, I thought they might end up just dropping off the way she went at them a couple of times, and I think it was, brilliant. She handled it with some brilliantness when she handled it with the laughter, with the laughter and the kindness, and making them feel not comfortable, but more than comfortable to be up there speaking. And I thought that was amazing as well. A great technique to use. I'm going to tell you, Smiley definitely knows that you get a lot more with honey than you ever will with vinegar. Absolutely. So, she did an amazing job. And I agree. I agree with everything she did 150%. I just, I wanted to let everyone know that I do back Smiley. She is a kind, caring, loving human being, a very kindling spirit. And she really loves and cares about these children. And you can super tell she does. And she does all she can. All she can. And she speaks the truth. She speaks the truth, y'all. And if you want to capture PG's heart, just speak the truth. It's amazing. It's amazing, to see how she handled that with everything coming at her so fast. That was amazing. And she was very respectful. Absolutely. She was very respectful. That she was. So, yeah, but I wanted a chance to talk about this interview and show some of the things that just threw up some red flags for me.
And feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest, So.
Well, it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Now, she said, that Smiley can have her opinion, about the measure that the father's going through, the biological dad. But she really was upset. What she was saying is, I'm upset that you're not talking about, I'm upset that you're not having a pity party for me and Chris. I'm upset, I can tell you that the pain that me and Chris and the biological dad is feeling is immeasurable. It's immeasurable. So really her little pet peeve right there was that Smiley was, focused on the bio dad and having, kind of giving him a pity party that she felt her and Chris were not getting, and she felt entitled to have. Now, I'm not saying that Katie and Chris's, what they're feeling isn't immeasurable. I just think it's different. I think that the grief and everything that the dad is feeling, is immeasurable because he knows nothing. He had nothing to do with any of what went on. He wasn't there. He knows nothing whatsoever. This is a man that's at work believing everything is beautiful in the world. And as soon as he gets off work, heading to his vehicle, he gets a phone call saying, your son's completely missing. And, he doesn't get that phone call from his wife, her ex-wife, Katie. He doesn't get the phone call by Sebastian's mother, right? Who he was married to and had this child with, and should have some pretty good communication with. But even though they have, decent communication between each other after the divorce, and okay, we're going to stay friends and we're going to keep open communication for our son. The marriage didn't work out. Oh, wow, that happens. But we're still going to keep open communication for our son. But you know what? Big red flag that they had that type of open communication. But she doesn't bother to call Seth and tell him, hey, listen, I can't find Sebastian. I don't know where he is, Seth. Right? I don't know where he is. I got up this morning. I was looking for him. I can't find him. What are we going to do? Yes, I have reached out to law enforcement already. And now I'm reaching out to you. She doesn't do that. She, like Candus Wells, she calls Mr. Chris. First one she calls is Mr. Chris, just like Candus called Mr. Donald. She don't call law enforcement. She doesn't call the biological dad of this young man. She calls Mr. Chris, who hasn't seen this child for almost a month. He's been off working, hasn't seen the kid for almost a whole month. Right? He's nothing but a stepdad. He's not the biological dad of this child. Why are you calling him? Why did you not call law enforcement and then the biological dad and then Mr. Chris? Why did it not go in that level? Because that's the level it should have went in, right? But she didn't do that. She didn't do that. That's a big red flag. Why was she scared? Why was she scared? She had Mr. Chris call the bio dad. Mr. Chris is the one that called the biological dad. He says, "What are you talking about?" The bio dad says, "I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know." So why are you calling? Why are you calling? Katie should have been the one calling the bio dad, because the bio dad has a right to ask questions and he has a right to get answers. But she didn't want to talk to him. Big red flag, you guys. Big red flag. Because I think if this boy really just came up missing, this is my opinion, if this child just happened to walk away like they said, right? He just walked away. I don't think she would have had a problem talking to the biological dad of this boy, because she wouldn't have knew what happened. She would not have known what happened. So, she wouldn't have had no problem talking to him. But for some reason she was hiding. Some reason she was hiding behind Mr. Chris. Just like Candus was hiding behind Mr. Donald, right? Candus was hiding behind Mr. Donald the same way Katie is hiding behind Mr. Chris. So, I agree with the biological dad. There's something amiss here. There's something, something not right in all of this, you guys. Something not right. Right? Absolutely. Something isn't right. Hey, the legendary, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. Absolutely. Yeah, so yes, I agree, Marshall. Absolutely. This case, just like Dawn and Cam, it is. It's got so many similarities. Both of these kids were in the house. Poof, they're gone. Right? They're just gone. Neither one of them seemed to took nothing. Right? Neither one of them. Both of them barefooted. What a coincidence. Right? Both of them are barefooted. Summer's barefooted and Sebastian's barefooted. Right? I'm going to tell you, better keep your kids' shoes and socks on. You better keep your kids' shoes and socks on in Tennessee. Because you take their shoes and socks off and poof, they're gone. Right? Might not be safe. It might not be safe to let them run around with no shoes and socks. They might have to wear their shoes and socks to bed, man. Because it seems like, your kid go barefooted and it's gone. Right? I don't know. Something, I guess Scotty don't beam them up unless they're barefooted. Right? Yeah, this is a huge red flag. A huge red flag.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating, me included. I know I am too, but we're just all, we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And, I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but my heart's in the right place. But go ahead and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So it's time to. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is what
Okay.
I don't care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go
I will
ahead.
come
Go
back
ahead.
and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that
Yeah.
good?
You're still. Okay. Hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So Katie.
That'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Yeah. So I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when
Yeah.
you can. But he doesn't it's a lot to travel back and
And yes, Patty, this is Katie. This is Katie talking, the biological mother of Sebastian. Absolutely. Hey, Georgia raised. How you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Good to see you. Chris. Someone just popped up in the back named Chris. If they want to take the link and come back, you are more than welcomed. You are more than welcome. Yeah. But yes. This is Katie talking.
forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him. Because
Yeah.
they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think it
Oh,
got
okay.
buried in chat.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
But
Paste.
no, they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there
I
we go.
know a lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah.
Sebastian has a bond with both dads. Chris is not Sebastian's biological dad. He isn't even Sebastian's dad. Sebastian chose to call him Mr. Chris, Katie. Mr. Chris. Now, when a child does not want to call your new husband dad after 5 years of marriage, the child still prefers not to call this man dad. That means that this child does not want another dad. He should not have another dad forced upon him. He has a dad, he has a mom, he doesn't want any more, and that should be respected. That should be respected. That means Mr. Chris needed to just be there for you and leave your son alone. Leave your son alone. You needed to be the one to take care of your son when your son's with you. And his dad needs to be the one to take care of your guys' son when he's with the biological dad. Mr. Chris should have respected the fact that this boy didn't want him as a dad, and he shouldn't have been forcing it on the boy by trying to play dad. Right? Just saying, you guys.
I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Oh, watch it over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your people?
No, I'm asking you that. I just wondered.
Okay.
Like, if you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get preoccupied.
Don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
That way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I'd come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful, and I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because...
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. Not that I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be.
Do you hear this guy talk about how he's so respectful? You are not respectful at all. You are not respectful any way, form, or how. You talk with aggression. You, in my opinion, sir, you are a sociopath. You are a sociopath. Mr. Donald, a psychopath. But you are a sociopath. Absolutely. You are passive aggressive. That's what you are.
But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you will probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay, this is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's. My personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I've read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading, and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this:
Yes, ma'am.
if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. but it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah, you have.
Did you hear him? Did you hear him talk? Listen, Chris. Listen. This ain't about you. This ain't about you and your life in the future. We do not even care right now about you or your life in the stinking future. What we care about is Sebastian. This is about Sebastian. Why ain't you talking about Sebastian? What are you doing, sir, to find this child? How the hell did you and Katie end up losing a whole child? You punished this child for not taking care, not remembering to feed some snakes. So you punish him, but you lose. You know, he forgot to feed him. You completely lost a whole child. How the hell does two people lose a whole child? It's not like you have other kids to watch or anything better to do. How do you lose a whole child? That's what I want to know. And sir, I blame you as much as Katie because you were on the phone for 3 hours with her. 3 hours and did not check on this young man once. 3 hours. Didn't check on this young man once. According to Katie. You heard a loud noise, didn't check on him. You heard some other things, didn't check on him. You lost a whole child. A whole child. A clean room was more important than this boy. Right, Katie? Talking to your old man right there was more important than your son. Or checking on your son. Right, Katie? Your son, feeding them snakes was more important than remembering your son has autism. And he was what was important. Right, Katie? Yeah. I'm going to tell you what. You dropped the ball. You dropped the ball on your own child. Your own child, the gift God gave to you. What had your blood in it? What had your blood in it, Katie? Because I'm going to tell you, this guy that's been married 5 times, he ain't got none of your blood or any of the other 4 women he married. That's why it's so easy for him to leave. But your son would have never left you because you were his mother. And when this guy's married for the 6th time to someone else, you're going to wish you had your son back. You're going to wish you wouldn't have been on that phone for 3 hours with this bum. And you'd have been checking in on your son. One day you're going to wake up and you're going to wish your son was there. You're going to wish your son was there. Matter of fact, I think you're going to wake up and wish anybody could be there for you. But there's going to be nobody. Nobody, Katie. Nobody. Because everybody now sees how you are. And they also see how Chris is. And you know, I took a note that Chris likes to talk to women. He loves to talk to other women. Must be a habit he's got. Must be a habit he's got. And if he likes talking to women that much, honey, I bet when he's gone a whole month, he's talking to somebody. Probably doing a whole lot more than talking. But then again, Katie, I hear you're talking to the neighbor. Right? So you and Mr. Chris are made for one another. You're made for one another, baby. Absolutely.
To find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want
Right.
to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. Yes, I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that, because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes.
Um, Sir, we know where you work. Sir, we know where you work. Right? Okay? We all know. And yes, it is our business to know where you work. It's our business to know if you were there. It's our business to know everything. You know why? Because it's our tax dollars that's paying law enforcement to be out there doing all they're doing to find Sebastian, who you and Katie have somehow lost. That you and Katie have somehow lost. 3 hours on the phone? That's a big red flag to me. That's a big red flag to me. I remember Don and Candus talking on the phone for hours. Remember that? They were on the phone. They didn't even call law enforcement till 6:30, and they were already on the phone with each other around 6 o'clock. Right? And then after law enforcement was called, Don and Candace were on the phone. They were FaceTiming. Excuse me. They were FaceTiming. Right? They didn't want to be on the phone. They wanted to FaceTime so that it couldn't be tracked or whatever. So they're FaceTiming. And they're talking to each other the whole entire time that Don's packing up his truck, that he's getting on the road, that he's driving home. And Candace is out on the road hiding, right? Because she knows law enforcement's coming in. And she don't want to face law enforcement. So she's out there riding around, talking to Don till he is close enough and coming in that she can hide behind him. Right? So she can hide behind him because she didn't want to face law enforcement. And Katie the same way. Katie contacts the stepdad there and gets him on the way home, right? Get home, because I'm going to need to hide behind you when law enforcement's here. And he was flooring it home, right? He was flooring it home. And like he said, I have talked to law enforcement. Let it be men, let it be women, let it be. More than I want to over the last 20 some days. More than I wanted to. I have. How about Katie? How about Katie, Chris? Why are you talking to law enforcement? You weren't there. So why are you talking to anybody? That's not your son. You wasn't there. The only one should be talking to law enforcement is Katie. Because Katie was the one at home talking to you, supposedly while her son got gone. While her son just poof, disappeared. Just poof and disappeared. Wow, with no shoes on. No shoes on. Oh, and he had a little keychain flashlight, a little tiny keychain flashlight that doesn't even make a dent in the dark. He went outside with a little tiny keychain flashlight, barefooted, and didn't ever come back. Bullshit. But she got up the next morning. All safe inside the house, locked up. The whole house was locked up. No force of entry anywhere. No signs that this child left. No signs he left at all. Shoes still there. Everything's still there. No signs that he ever left the house. But somehow she knows he left. I call bullshit. You guys.
Both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all of that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about. And there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens to. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like.
I know, absolutely not. Seth showed up on Nancy Grace, the biological dad, but Katie and Chris did not. Katie and Chris did not show up on Nancy Grace. The mom, nor did Mr. Chris, Mr. Stepdaddy, right, show up on Nancy Grace. Matter of fact, I can't think of one thing that Mr. Chris and Katie has done yet. Not one thing. Not one. They're not out there looking. They're not out there looking for Sebastian, right? Nope. They were licking the chicken instead of out searching. Let us remember this. Also, they weren't handing out flyers or any of that kind of stuff, right? That we know about. We ain't seen none of that. And also, now they have vacated. Pretty much they've been hiding. Pretty much, like the Wells. They've been hiding. Mr. Chris comes out like Donald, right? Mr. Chris comes out like Don did. And to run his mouth out here a little bit here and there. And then they go back into hiding, right? And Katie, like Candus, lets Chris rule everything, right? Chris rules everything. And Katie makes excuses why he does, right? Yeah. All they do is lie. I agree. All they do is lie. Yes, absolutely. Summer's completely gone. Summer is completely gone. And yes, I do truly believe that Don and Candus Wells, in my opinion, Don and Candus Wells know exactly what happened to Summer. They know, and in my opinion, Katie and Chris know exactly what happened to Sebastian. That's why they're not searching. That's why they're leaving the house and not staying there to wait to see if he comes home. All the signs are there, just like it was in the Wells case, right? just like it was in Don and Candus's case. Same scenario. Kid supposed to be in a house, no shoes on, poof, disappears. It's, yeah. Um, I don't know. I hope, unlike Summer's case, that this case gets solved. I hope this case gets solved ASAP. Now I'm going to tell you something. Sebastian has something that Summer did not have. Sebastian has a biological dad and a biological grandmother and a biological family on the dad's side who are going to fight like hell for Sebastian. They're going to fight like hell to get the truth and nothing but the truth, and to prosecute if prosecution needs to be done. Summer didn't have that, but Sebastian does. And I hope to God that this case gets solved. I hope it gets solved. And I hope to God that if they have done anything evil to this little boy, that they get that the law puts all the justice on them that it can give. I really do. I hope that these people start being made an example of in order to help protect other children. That's what I hope.
And whether you're in here,
No, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is, because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But, I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
well,
And I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me that to remember something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no. They're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right, I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like somebody just gave me $10.
I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Chris. You need to shut the freak up. Unless you create a channel, and unless you do what creators do out here 365 days a year for these missing children, unless you create that channel and you put all the content together, do all the research, do everything it takes to run one of these channels. Get on here and run it every single day for 365 days in the year, doing all you could do to help these missing children. Don't run your mouth about what creators deserve and do not deserve, because these channels don't run on air. They don't run on air, sir. It costs money, as Smelly said, to do what we do. To do what we do. And we pray that someone will support our channel so that we're able to keep it running. You do not know how much creators stay in prayer to be able to keep their channels running. And you would be in that prayer as well if you cared enough to do what we do. Quit running your mouth because you know nothing about it. You know nothing about it. It is a privilege for us to allow you on our channels. It is a privilege that we pick up your case and blow it up out here so everyone across the world is seeing your child, because there is tons of children and tons of parents wishing that their child was getting the attention you are right now, because they want their child found. You need to just shut up because you don't know. You need to be grateful. You need to learn how to have some damn respect and be grateful. You don't respect, sir. You expect. You think you run the show. Well, I'm going to tell you what right now, and you don't. You don't run shit. You weren't even that boy's dad. I wouldn't even want to talk to you because you couldn't tell me a damn thing because you wasn't there. So therefore, you are voided. You're voided. You mean nothing. So quit acting like you do.
I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I know you just said that. So
right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it
right.
to do something to put it forward.
Right.
If those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
and
you hear this son of a bitch talk about lining someone's pockets? I'm not lining your pockets. Right? Let me tell you something, mister. No creator's pockets are getting lined. Do you know how much it costs for StreamYard? Do you know how much it costs for the highest internet to be able to keep this going? Do you know how much it costs for all the different apps and all the different things we have to do what we do? No, you don't. You don't. You need to shut your fucking mouth. That's what you need to do. You need to shut your mouth. That's exactly what you need to do. I'm going to tell you what. Us creators, line our pockets, buddy. Let me tell you something. We are pulling out of our pockets. We are pulling out of our pockets to do what we do. You're a fucking insult to humanity. That's what you are. You are a disgrace and an insult to the human race. Wow. And you know, and here's the thing. Even if a creator was per se going to line their pockets, they're going to line their pockets. I don't know none that do, but say they was going to. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Chris. You ain't lining them pockets anyway, because you don't have a fucking dog in this race. You have no dog in this race. That little boy did not belong to you. It belonged to Katie and Seth, not you. So nobody's lining anything on you. Like I said, you are void. You are void. They should just stamp a big freaking red mark on you with an X. Because you don't matter. You don't matter, sir. You wasn't there. You don't know a damn thing. You cannot answer any questions anyway. He is not your son. He is not your son. You just need to shut up and back up. Quit coming out here acting like you're somebody when you're not. When you're not. Just like Don Wells wants to come out, act like some Hollywood rock star, like he's somebody. He wasn't there when Summer came up missing. The fucking coward was at work, Mr. Chris, like you was. He had an alibi. He was at work. The only problem was is he changed everything up, started driving the other vehicle so it wouldn't be as noticed. It had Starlink, so he would be able to have another alibi for himself. And he fires his coworker to blame everything on. So basically, Don Wells ain't got, he ain't working on no live brain cells either. Because if he was, he wouldn't have changed up his routine. He wouldn't have changed up his routine, because changing up that routine is exactly what made everybody understand. Made everyone understand that Don and Candus Wells know exactly what happened to their child. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I know that it's, I believe it's law enforcement. I believe it's law enforcement's opinion as well. Because they ain't looking anywhere else but 110 Ben Hill Road. So, the parents are number one suspects. I'm pretty sure you and Katie are number one suspects right now as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure they want to know where you was all night. The night on Sunday night leading into Monday morning. I'm sure they really want to know where the hell you was during the night. Was you really sleeping? Were you really sleeping? Was your phone back at your trailer and you on your way to Katie's house? Right? Was your phone in your trailer and your ass on the way to Katie's house? Did you get there before dawn and leave back out? When Katie pulls out the next morning and leaves, does she come somewhere to meet you? Who is your friend? Who is your friend, Chris, that handles the snakes? Who is your friend that handles the snakes? Is this a good enough friend that you might be able to get in to help you or do something if need be done? I think your friend needs to be looked into. I think your friend needs to be looked into, Mr. Chris. I'm going to tell you, people have friends. People have good friends that are willing to do some shady stuff. Some real shady stuff. Trust me. So, and Mr. Chris brought up this friend of his, right? And how close that friend is. And how that friend said, whenever you want these snakes back, all you got to do, let me know. We'll bring them back. This friend says you could pop up anytime you want. Visit the snakes, right? This is a good friend, dude. This is a super good friend. Well, where was that friend? Where was that friend during the time that Sebastian came up missing. Right? You know, you just don't look into the people. You don't just look into Mr. Chris and Katie. You got to look into the people around them as well. You got to look into their good friends. What kind of friends do they have? What kind of things might these friends do for their friend, right? You know, there's a lot more to this. A lot more to this. Yeah, I took note that he brought up, he made a habit of bringing up the good old friend with the snakes. You know, why is this guy even on his mind right now? He's got a missing, he supposedly got some missing stepson that needs to be found. Why is he even thinking about this guy with the snakes, right? Why is he even bringing that shit up? I mean, that's something I wouldn't even be thinking about, right? If somebody had a missing kid, I mean, I don't care who has a missing kid. If somebody got a missing kid, I'm not even going to be thinking about that stuff. I'm going to be thinking about how are we going to find this child, right? That's what I'm going to be thinking about. This guy isn't out here like Sebastian's dad is. Sebastian's dad's out here saying, please come help me look for my son. Please keep his pictures out here. Please do all you can do to help with Sebastian in every way you possibly can. This jerk right here is out here to talk about himself. And he's out here to discredit Sebastian. He's out here to disgrace the boy, to tarnish the boy, to embarrass this child. He wants to talk about everything bad about Sebastian. Everything bad about Sebastian. I ain't heard this cocksucker say one damn thing good. I haven't heard him say one good thing about this little boy. That's a big red flag. You know, sometimes when people are involved in something, in something sinister, they can't think about anything good on the person because that would make them feel guilty. They have to think about all the bad shit in order to make themselves feel, justified in their part of that sinisterness. That's what I'm saying. Right? I mean, you can't think about the good, right? You can't think about all the good in a person that you mess over or do something evil to. You have to think of every little thing, and even make up stuff if there isn't anything. But you got to think of, the bad stuff, right? The times that they crossed you or they done something to you or they looked away you just didn't like. And it makes you feel better. Makes you feel better for crossing them, right? For doing your dirty deed. Yeah. And that seems like what we got going on here, folks. That seems like what we have going on here with this mother and Mr. Chris, right? Neither one of them's talking good about this young man. And I'm going to tell you something. The way that young man, look at him. The way that child smiled, he had the biggest smile. I mean, his smile could light up a whole room, couldn't it? There had to be a lot of good in this little boy. There had to be a lot of really good in him. But in order to find the good, you got to be seeking it. And these two people right here wasn't seeking nothing. They wasn't seeking nothing but selfishness. They are self-seeking. They can't seek anything in anyone else because they're too busy seeking everything for them. That's disgusting. And it's sad that this little boy had to be, running around in the mix of these two these two people right here that are selfish, self-centered, self-seeking.
I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I tell everybody.
Feel free.
Well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing.
Well,
but understand something, and I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
That is freaking disgusting. That is freaking disgusting. For one, nobody owes you a meal, motherfucker. Nobody owes you a meal. You need to feed your damn self. You need to feed yourself. You need to finance yourself. And as far as I'm concerned, you need to sleep with your fucking self. Because your ass would have not ever came into a real woman's house and did what you done to her son. No way in hell. A real woman wouldn't wipe her ass on you, buddy. Let me tell you that right now. She wouldn't wipe her fucking ass on you.
Well, I think we kind of think alike there, and
See?
I don't. Yeah, I agree there, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think, but JLR, back to him again, and I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here.
Yeah, right. He's an arrogant son of a bitch. He is an arrogant piece of shit, like he's somebody, and he is a nothing. Absolutely nothing. Does this guy look in the mirror? Does he really look in the mirror? That pot belly freaking, I ain't even, you know what? I'm trying to be good, y'all. I have been trying to be good, and I'm going to stay on the righteous path.
And I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And I want to.
That's fun, isn't it?
Not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You've got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
Correction, sir. Mr. Chris, correction. Seth's son, not your son. Seth's son. It is his biological son. He is involved. He is a father that is involved in his child's life. You are not. That child is not your son. He called you Mr. Chris, not Dad. He called you Mr. Chris. Stop calling him your son. And the only reason you're doing that is because you know it gets to his biological dad and his biological dad's family. That's why you're being a bastard. That's why you're being a bastard. You did not like that boy, and we all know it. We all know it. Just stop it. Stop it.
There is a situation of my son, not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he when I've asked the guy, I said, do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't.
He don't have to keep his name out of your mouth. This is a free country. It's called America. It's called America. Freedom of speech. He doesn't have to keep your name out of his mouth. There you go. Sit and spin on that one.
Don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah, if he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, Put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking. He wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show.
It's for one, it's not your son. It's not your son. And for two, let me tell you something. JLR is out there. Who's paying JLR to walk through all that brush and all them thorns and all that stuff and climbing them steep hills, sir, that your ass and your old lady's ass ain't out there doing? Who's paying him for that? Who's paying him for the gas that it took to get there? Who's paying the hotel bills for him to be able to actually go and clean up after going on all of these searches? Who's paying for all the meals that this man is eating, that he needs to keep his energy up to be out there doing what he's doing? You need to shut up, because you don't think past the end of your nose. You are just really an aggressive, ugly human being that feels like you want and need control all the time. You are nothing but a true sociopath, in my opinion. That's exactly what you are. That's exactly what you are. You get your foot in someone's door, God help them.
Defining it.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
yes, ma'am.
Before we kind of get started, and the only reason is because fair's fair, and I want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody, because no matter what happened. Now listen, no matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was, no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just, it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is, I do feel for his mom. And I'm going to say this, when she said, can y'all stop, or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son, because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad to a 15-year-old young man. Okay? I came in Sebastian's life, roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife.
Who you are not allowed to see, who just went to court and got a restraining order against you, so you cannot see the child. Come on. You're hiding something. People just don't get restrained. I didn't see nobody getting a restraining order against Seth. Sir, your ex is getting restraining orders against you. She's going to court to keep you away from her child. That tells us a lot. It tells us that your ex-wife does not trust you around her child.
New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business. Personally, okay. Yeah. Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
I will
I have
say
always
this.
left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right.
Oh, I bet it isn't. I bet late for dinner isn't going to happen if that meal's free. You just told us. You just told us. You know, you want free meals, somebody to finance you, and obviously doing all the things Katie there's doing, right? Everything's free.
Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his
All
mother has her
Yeah,
opinions, and that's that.
and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working.
Yeah, he said. He said as long as the child ain't being hurt. Um, Sir, from what we understand, Sebastian was constantly being hurt by you mentally, physically. You mentally was messing with the boy. You was mentally abusing him by throwing all of his stuff away in a trash bag, and then even worse, making him carry it to the curb. Making him carry it out to the curb. And then you mentally was messing with him again, abusing him when you took away his pets. You bring them in there. I think they were your pets. I believe those snakes were your pets. And you tried to psychologically allow this boy to think they were his so that he would take care of them and do all the chores for him that you didn't want to do. And when he wasn't able to do it due to his disabilities, you mentally abused this child by taking them away, taking them out of there and giving them to someone else, completely away from him. And also, then that wasn't good enough for you. You're sitting around and you, from out of your own mouth, you used a belt on him because he was not wearing a belt. And then later you say you used the belt on him again for some other reason. So you was whipping this child with a belt. You were using a belt and your authority upon this child. Because nothing, for no reasons other than you feel that you need to have some type of control over other human beings. You were rechanneling your aggression and the things in your life going wrong. You were rechanneling all of your aggressions onto this little boy who did not deserve it. He did not deserve it. And that's exactly what you were doing. And you are a very hostile person. You are a very hostile person. I could not even imagine what this child was going through in a house with you. You are like a stepdad from hell, if you ask me. That's my opinion. You are a stepdad from hell.
Working together to find Sebastian, because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night of Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Um,
Ain't that disgusting? Ain't that disgusting? Lady, it is midnight. Your son has school Monday morning. It's midnight. You would have, it's midnight. You can pop in your child's room, because if the child goes to school the next day, it's going to be asleep. You could pop in your child's room and take a look at it, especially if your child has special needs. If you have a child that is on medications, and I understand Sebastian was, and you have a child that is autistic like this, you can go in and check on him. If you're not sure, knock on the door. Hey, son, are you asleep? Now you open the door. I just wanted to come in, make sure you're okay. Let you know I love you. Tell you good night. I love you too, Mom, if they're still awake. Or if you don't get an answer, you know they're sleeping. But at least you know they're safe in their bed, and you can go to bed and rest now. Something about your story here, lady, just sounds like pure bullshit. This is you trying to discredit your son, disgrace him again, as an excuse why you didn't check on him. And I fucking don't like that. I don't like that. Because I know it's bullshit, and every other mother in here who has had teenage sons or do have teenage sons, they know that it's bullshit. Every mother out here knows what you just said is bullshit. Because we have sons and we check on them. It's just bullshit.
let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the Ellie was there, and he said that the Ellie was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No. It's just
and please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
okay. Well, I'll explain it to you. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order, and so I was just wondering. Like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like, doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to get paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just ask that question. When I ask
So-
questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this. When I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also worked for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
right.
that.
So me asking that question back is
Mhm.
because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you. I didn't.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't. I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it, and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris. Can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got rid, or decided together, or tell me about the snake? I
Okay,
understand
so right.
anymore.
So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles, one of my favorite things.
Mhm.
In California, we actually had a snake. Um, they had a bearded dragon. It died.
Mhm.
But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
But we had a Samontine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake.
Mhm.
Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat and I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time.
Mhm.
All of them were ball pythons.
Mhm.
I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That
Yeah.
is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent.
Yeah, yeah. And being a parent is being understanding. Being a parent is being understanding that a kid is a kid. They're not an adult. They're not an adult like you. It's being understanding and understanding that if you don't want to be bossed, don't be bossing a child. It's being understanding and not trying to rule it over a child, but listen to the child. Be understanding to the child. Let the child be a child. That's what being a parent is. Being a parent ain't punishing a child. It's about letting that child. People make mistakes. Buddy, you and Katie made a big one. You lost a whole child. Somehow you lost a whole entire child. Wow. That's one hell of a mistake right there, buddy. That's one hell of a mistake when you have a whole kid and you don't know where the hell it went. That is a huge mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. Oh, and you and Katie want everybody to understand your mistake. Well, they shouldn't. They shouldn't, because you don't know how to understand other people's. You think no one should be making them. You think they should be punished if they do. Well, I think that you need to be punished. What is your punishment going to be? That's what I'm wondering. What is your punishment going to be? Because this is one hell of a big mistake right there. A trash bag won't fix this. A little bit of food won't fix this. A mouse or two. You made one that cannot be corrected. You could get another snake. You could get more toys, more trash bags. You cannot get another Sebastian. You cannot get another Sebastian. You cannot replace that child. That child was unreplaceable. It was unreplaceable. You say he didn't care enough to feed it. You didn't care enough about him to look in on him. You didn't care enough about him to look in on him. You said he didn't clean his room. You didn't care enough to look in that room when you heard a loud noise that could have really been something vital. Could have really been something horrible. But you didn't check on it. You didn't care enough about him. You cared about a clean room. You cared about the snakes getting some mice. You cared about all this shit. But you did not care about him. That child had no one to lean on because you guys were too busy leaning on that child. Take out the trash, Sebastian. Clean the house, Sebastian. Do this, Sebastian. Do that, Sebastian. Feed the snake, Sebastian. Pick up this, Sebastian. Pick up that, Sebastian. Make sure your shoes, on all of your shoes, are by the front door in a line correctly. Don't wear shoes in this house. Shoes are for outside. Don't be wearing them in this house. Take them off when you come in, and you put them back on when you go out. But while you're in here, all we care about is clean, 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 clean. That's how Sebastian had to live. That's how Sebastian had to live. He had to live on eggshells all the time. This child had to live on eggshells 24/7 because of these sick-minded people who cared more about something being clean, something being fed than they did about this child. And they wanted this child to be doing it all. They wanted this child to be doing it all. When did this child ever just get the chance to enjoy being a child? Because it sounds to me like this child was busy cleaning that house, taking out the garbage, feeding on their pets, and getting in trouble if he wasn't getting it all done correctly and right. And because he has autism, those challenges were very hard for him. And he was getting punished all the time by Mr. Chris. And I bet by Mommy too. I bet he was getting punished by her just as much as Mr. Chris. Because Mr. Chris wasn't even there, and Sebastian still had to take out the garbage. Well, what the freak does Mommy do? What the hell does Mommy do? She couldn't even take that big ass out in the yard and look around for her son. Holler for her son. No. She gets in a vehicle. She looks around the house and then gets in a vehicle to go look. What if he was right there in the yard? What if he was right there in the yard? I'm going to tell you something really suspicious about this, because the search dogs were not able to find no scent of Sebastian outside that house at all. They weren't able to find no scent of Sebastian, from what I'm hearing, at all. That it was a false positive. When the search dog went down to the construction site, supposedly that was a false positive. That would mean like there really wasn't enough of his scent to really chase, right? It's more like, okay, there's no scent outside the house anywhere. But when you got on the road, it's like someone was hanging his t-shirt out the window and more or less rode his scent down, let his scent air out down around the construction site and then came back. And that would give what they call a false positive, right? And maybe that's what they thought Mom did. Maybe they thought that's what Mom did. She thought she'd get out on the road and maybe hold something of his outside the car to lead the dogs that way, but yet they couldn't find the scent around the house. So they knew that, that wasn't really his scent. It was just something of his being aired out in the air once the vehicle got onto the road. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, law enforcement's way smarter than we are. They're way smarter than we are, folks. They know when something dirty's been done. They know when something dirty has been done, right? So, just saying. Just saying.
And I told Sebastian, if you don't, She's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want them, come get them, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now.
Now, Mr. Chris, you just a minute ago said one snake, Mr. Brownie. Mr. Brownie, the snake that belonged to Sebastian, that was his pet. He's supposed to be kept. And then you said you took snakes to your friend, and he said if you ever want them, you want them. See, you're a liar. You're a liar. You had Sebastian taking care of snakes, not Brownie, just his pet. You had him sitting there feeding, and you got to feed live mice to these, you know. How tragic is that on a child's mind to have to do that? I mean, you see this little cute white mice, and you have to turn them loose to feed some snake. This child is autistic. Did you ever think that maybe he started feeling sorry for the mice? Did you ever think maybe he just didn't want to do that kind of evilness any longer? Did you ever think about him at all, Mr. Chris? Because I don't think you did. I don't think you did. And you didn't take one snake that supposedly was his that he wasn't taking care of. You said you took snakes. See, you're a liar. And you get caught up in your lies. You get caught up in your lies because we listen. We listen. When you talk, we listen. We don't just hear your shit. We listen. There's a difference.
He's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now we're not, just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his dad couldn't take them.
Well, his dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because
oh, his dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes. His dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes. This guy's got this kid in there trying to get him to take care of 30 snakes. And what did he say? They were his snakes. They were Mr. Chris's snakes. Not Sebastian's. But he felt Sebastian's supposed to be taking care of them. What was you doing? Why didn't you whip yourself for not taking care of your own damn snakes? Why didn't you whoop yourself? I'm going to tell you something. Oh, you guys don't even know. You don't even know.
30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack. All kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, you know, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, you know, pets. And so I just wondered.
I mean, to this day, I call him my buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, if you want to see him, just come on over, man. Whenever, just call me up. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it
wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just
right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer, you know, it is what it is. You know, is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he how did you discipline?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. Um, I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room,
Hmm.
and people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean, and you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay, thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room is clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay, now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids are going to be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
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 Um,
The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of
that's a
being able
struggle
to,
itself.
yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and, what you can do, what you can't do, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page,
Absolutely, D. He is absolutely getting he is absolutely getting off and patting himself on the back for being so freaking evil to this child. Right? He's sitting there like, he is so proud of himself for being an abuser, right? For being a freaking abuser to a autistic child. He's sitting there gloating. He's gloating right now, right? About being an abuser. Wow. Really? Really? What a sicko. What a sicko. I'm going to tell you something. I hear that this mother is skilled in martial arts. Now I know for a fact that if you go all the way up to the black belt and you have a choice because you're told before you enter into the black belt, you are warned that your hands will have to be registered as weapons, right? Not just weapons, but on live, right? Weapons. And you are told this. And if you was, whether it's, meaning to do or accidentally do on live someone, you will go to prison as if you used any other type of weapon, right? You are not. You better pray that you do not ever on live someone, because your hands will, you have to register. Now, you can back out. Say, well, okay, I'm gone as far as I want to go. I ain't going there. Or you can decide to move forward, right? I know this because I am also skilled in martial arts. So, with that being said, if the boy didn't take the garbage out right or wasn't taking it out, and it sounds like he didn't take it out. It sounds like he didn't take it out because there was no scent out there anywhere around the house of his. And if he would have got on his shoes, took that trash out, the dogs would have went to the garbage can, right? The dogs would have followed his scent to the garbage can. So that tells me he obviously wasn't the one threw that trash away the night before. It obviously had to have been her. So, did she get angry? Did she accidentally, do something? Was they getting to the point that they were so violent to the boy that, it was just one too many times? That's very possible. And if that happened, she would have to cover it up, right? If she did get the black belt and she did register her hands as, as a weapon, which you have to do, then she would have to cover it up, because you're going to prison. If you unlive someone, right? If you unlive them. So, could that have happened? Good possibility. Because it seems to me, it seems like that boy did not go out of the house. He did not go out of the house. There was no scent of him outside the house. When they got home from going out, because they went out to eat, when they got home, they pulled into the garage, and he came through the garage into the house. And from what search dogs are saying, he did not ever go back out of that house anywhere in the yard. He did not take out garbage. He did not go out of the house, period. That's what search dogs are showing. So the only way for him to went back out was to go back out the very same way that he went out, the way he came in, through the garage in her vehicle. That's it. Or through the garage and out with somebody else's vehicle. Because there was no signs of him outside at all. None. No scent of him outside whatsoever. And he's barefooted. Oh, trust me, there would have been scent. There'd have been scent. And seeing that how when law enforcement and everybody was showing up, the one thing that law enforcement took note was that house. That house had been swept clean. Law enforcement wanted, they're like, do you keep this house this clean all the time? So I'm going to tell you, old Katie got off her ass. And old Katie cleaned and shined everything before law enforcement ever got there. She cleaned and shined everything. Why? Why? You only do that if you feel there's something to hide. You only clean and shine everything if you feel there is something to hide. No house stays that clean. No house stays that clean. Right? None. I'm going to tell you, I know I'm a clean freak. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of people in this chat right now who are clean freaks as well. And you guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You keep you clean up a mess as fast as they're being made. You're always on it. You're always, you know, wiping everything down. I mean, it's like you live with the broom and dustpan and you know, the mop, and you just live, right? You live with the freaking cleaning rags, you know, one to wipe everything off with the disinfect and the other one to dry. You live, you know, with the freaking furniture polish so you can polish everything, right? You clean the windows. Oh, you don't clean them just, you know, you don't clean them just in the springtime and then in the fall. You clean those windows and the doors all the time. Like, you know, a couple times a week. A couple times a week, you're cleaning the doors. You're cleaning the door handles. You're cleaning the windows. You're always cleaning the window seals. Everything has to be clean, right? You don't clean your ducts once in a while. I mean, no. Every couple weeks, you're cleaning the, you know, the vents, all the vents. You keep your house, you know, spotless all the time. Yeah, I know what it's like because I lived this life. And I'm going to tell you something. Let me turn around here and take a look. Yeah. And you know, right now, you guys, I'm in my office. And I'm telling you, my kids have been in here. My kids have been in here today, right? They come in, talk to me. I'm going to tell you, I just turned around. And the cushions that I straighten up, I got a sofa. I got a sofa in my office. And the cushions on that sofa that I straighten up about 10 times a day, right now, they are messed up. Why? Because my daughter just walked in. Right? She just walked in. And she came over. You know, how much longer am I going to be? Right? And she decided to set me, I don't know exactly what she made. I haven't been able to identify it yet. But she set me something down on a paper plate next to me that, you know, that she had made and wanted me to try some. And then she took a seat. She took a seat on the sofa, messed up the cushions. When she seen that, you know, I wasn't going to try whatever it was because I couldn't identify it yet, she finally vacated my office. But did she straighten up the cushions before she left? No, she didn't. Now, when I get off of here, I will straighten up the cushions, right? I will straighten them up. And I will be glad that I'm able to straighten them up. And will I yell at her for coming in and on straightening them? No. Will there be a punishment for what she did? No. Because you know what? In the future, I'm going to wish I could turn around and see those cushions tore up. Right? But she's going to be married. And she's going to be off living in her own home, raising her own kids. And there's going to be nobody to tear up my cushions. Right? So I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it while there is. I'm going to enjoy every second while there is. And that's what parents need to do. That's what they need to do. Just saying. Just saying. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Chris. Let me tell you something. I got one child. I got one child that I don't care where he goes in this house. I don't know where he's running around at right now, but I will as soon as I get off of here. Because he makes a damn mess everywhere he goes. I promise you, this child makes a mess, honey. He knows how to make a mess. He thinks the floor is the garbage can. His potato chip bag, boom, on the floor. His candy wrappers, boom, on the floor. I can follow this child from my kitchen all the way through my house, and I'll tell you, I know exactly every room he hit. And I can tell you that, you know, and I can tell you whether he went up the staircase or he made a detour and went to another room. Because I promise you, there is always something to pick up wherever he's been. Now, you know, let it be, you know, baseball cards, let it be, you know, candy wrappers, let it be whatever. Let it be his homework. Let it be his homework that he messed up on and he's done wadded it up and gave it a sling somewhere. I'm sure Mr. Chris would not like that child, would he? He would not like that child. But I love that child. I absolutely adore that child. And I'm going to tell you what, if that mess wasn't there, I would miss it. I would miss it. I would greatly miss it. God knows PG's heart. And I tell you, I pick up that child's mess with pride. With pride. Matter of fact, it makes me laugh. It actually brings happiness to my heart. I say, boy, that's a messy kid right there. Right? Makes me laugh. I say, I feel sorry for his wife. But at least she'll be able to keep up with him. Right? At least she'll know where he's at all the time. Just like I do. That's what I'm saying. Kids will be kids. Is there a punishment? Is there a punishment for him not picking up, you know, his candy wrappers or whatever he decides to be dropping? You know. No. There's no punishment. There's no punishment. You know, I thank God that my back's able to bend and pick up stuff off the floor. Right? There's some people can't bend over and pick things up. There's some people that can't sweep the floor and mop it. There's some people that have not got the energy to do all the things that need to be done in a day. And by God, if you do, you better thank God. You better thank Jesus Christ that he was with you and blessed you with everything you needed to do all the things that needed to be done. And most of all, you better thank God and Jesus Christ that they blessed you with a brain enough to be understanding, kind, caring, and loving, because a lot of people ain't. A lot of people ain't. Right? And I don't admire this man in the least. I thank God right now. I'm thanking God that I am nothing like him and don't want to ever be like him either. He is ugly. He is ugly. Just saying. Just saying.
With each other,
Mm-hmm.
and finally everybody understands it.
Right.
Man, it is a beautiful, beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight.
Did you hear him laugh? Did you hear him? You mean physically? Like he could whoop me? Like he he trust me, he knows better. No. He knows better. That boy's scared of me. That boy's scared of me. That's exactly what he was saying. That's what this passive bastard was saying. That's what he was saying. Right? Exactly what he was saying. That guy pisses me off.
Yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
Oh, we take it into another room. So you let him take you into another room and abuse the hell out of you when he's not abusing your son? Wow. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what. This guy right here needs to meet problem child, right? He needs to meet the problem child. Right? That's what he needs to meet. That's what he needs to meet. Trust me. That's what he needs to meet. He came in my house. I'm afraid he might meet it too.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have
has
taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman.
Mhm.
Period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, uh, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again there was a time, and this is a long. People can change, but
Right.
again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
No.
And I wasn't there either, for the record. So
yes, so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
Katie should just answer
no.
this.
That, oh Lord, no. That is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And
When
this
he
is
oh
was,
yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
he's
And no, Katie could not stop Chris. He said he allowed her to stop him the first time that he was going to trash all of Sebastian's stuff. He said he allowed her to, The second time, he trashed it all. So no, Katie did not, I'm sorry, Katie did not have no type of control over controlling Chris. Oh no. Chris controlled everything, and Katie allowed it because she was weak. She was weak. He knew, like he sat there and said, he allowed her to talk him out of it once. But the second time, no. No. He did what he wanted to do, and he was going to do what he wanted to do, whether she liked it or she didn't. She could put up with it or she could put him out. Because he was calling her bluff. I run this house. I'm the man of this house. Children are to be seen, not heard, and a wife is to be submissive. That's how this guy thinks, right? That's how he thinks.
Kid, I mean, it's even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point, I mean, so I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past
Hello, blue-eyed dumpling. Hello, sweetheart.
is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past that needs to die. Let it be. But
They
at
keep
the
saying
same
who's
time,
Rachel. So they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to let
yes,
the past
yes,
die?
okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my third.
I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the...
Shut up, Chris. Shut up. You are making this about you. Just like Dawn and Candus was making it about them. You are trying to make this about you. This ain't about you. This is about Sebastian. This is about this missing little boy, 15 years old, that you were sitting in that house, lording it over and abusing, and we all know it. An autistic child that you were sitting there taking advantage of and abusing. And this woman was allowing it to go on. And in my opinion, she was abusing him also. I think you both were. And he was about to go live with his dad. He wanted out of there. This little boy wanted out of there. He wanted away from you two, and you know it. You know it. And I got a feeling, in my opinion, you know what happened to him too. You know exactly what happened to him. You need to come clean. Katie needs to come forth and tell the truth, because that's going to be a hell of a thing to live with on her conscience for the rest of her life. It's going to be a hell of a thing to live with. She needs to come forth. She needs to speak up, and she needs to tell the truth of what happened to Sebastian and where he is. The truth shall set you free.
Phone call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, Sometimes we can have cordial conversations. Sometimes we cannot. I will make that positive. Like, and leave that there. That's why we go to.
I bet you 10 to 1, it's 99.9% of the time on cordial because of you. Because of you. This woman wants nothing to do with you, and you still try. You still try to be a problem in her life. You want to still, you're using that child to be a problem in her life, and you need to stop.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met, and how long did y'all, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
No,
I'm just
no. I have one biological child in this world. One. And that was my fourth wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We moved we shared an apartment together. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful. We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. You know, I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. You know, as far as I know, she lives, I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a second child. So she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina, she has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because
No.
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged into stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage while her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married. But we did, you know. But I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. You know, occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not. You know, they're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be, like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had or maybe it was in her interview, I don't know. Like, he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children? Somebody outside the family.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very
He
like
doesn't.
mind tracked. Like if he's
Yes.
wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft.
And that's what autistic children do. That's why it's important to keep autistic children on a routine, because that's how they are. That's what they do. They focus, they have a focus on one thing at a time, and something they like, they really just like to focus on. Why are you sitting here, Katie? Why are you sitting here discrediting your son? Why are you sitting here trying to tarnish your son's reputation with all of this BS? You're as bad as the guy you're with. You're as bad as Mr. Chris. When it comes, you and him have sit here tonight and you have done nothing, what I hear, but badger this child and point out the things, all the things that this child does not do right, cannot do right. That's what you guys have sat there and done. You build yourselves up and you have tore this child down in every way you could actually think of so far. Why did you not say, my son's autistic, he loves playing with other children. Sometimes, though, when he's playing, they want to do something else. And he still wants, because this is what autistic children do. And the other children don't understand that. They don't understand, you know, his special needs and what's going on. So it's hard. It's hard for him to have, play dates for very long at a time. Why didn't you say it in the way it should have been said? Why didn't you say it in a kind, caring, loving manner? It's nothing, it's nothing, no fault of his. It's his disability that he's dealing with that causes these things. You are not compassionate, kind, caring, and loving, or even understanding when it came to your child. And that's disgusting. That is disgusting. I don't like what they've done to this child during this interview, you guys. I don't like it. He don't deserve it.
And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, "Yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this," and he'll be. So they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is
And personal
because
space. Personal space.
yeah, personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble, just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. um, but he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. Um, at school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. Um, we have met some kids, especially like because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of
Yes.
social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have like a scale that we work on, like what is the problem that's frustrating you, is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So yes, he has interact and does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Hmm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He don't
Yeah,
want to tell mama that he likes girls.
yeah. Um, were y'all?
I think so, but he don't want to tell Mama that he likes girls. Did you ever think maybe he just didn't? Did you ever think that maybe he hadn't even mentally got that far yet, and all he wanted to do is just play on his phone and play Minecraft and just be a kid? Have you ever thought of that? It seems like you're pushing narratives that should not be pushed here. As a mother, that's disgusting. As a mother, that's disgusting.
A part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes,
church.
we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Hmm. Is that, did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and,
Yeah, when he was
He,
in church, so the kids area, oh my God. Um,
they've got a phenomenal youth program.
yeah, I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Like,
dance.
dance.
yeah, dance.
I mean, now, gr-
He
granted,
he
what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
Oh,
he loves to dance.
yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, oh, it just makes me, it just makes me smile. I just want them to, I want them to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Um, but okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be relooked at, researched. Everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know. Um,
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, um, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs,
Yes,
those came from us.
they
My
came.
mother, my mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a
So his mother got the signs. His mother was putting out the signs, and other great friends were putting out the signs. And trust me, him and Katie weren't doing shit. Him and Katie wasn't out searching with everyone else. I mean, people don't go search a place unless there's a tip. And if there's a tip, then that means there's a possibility that the person could be there. And as a parent, you want to be there, right? You want to be there, searching along with everyone else. Because if your child's there, you want to find your child. You hope that your child is there alive. And you hope by calling its name, it's going to hear you and possibly answer, right? Possibly answer. But even if it is no longer with us, you still want to find it. You still need to find it. You still need that closure. You need to know what happened. As devastating as it can be, you just need to know. You have to know. You want to know. And no one can take that away from you if you don't know. So you're going to be there. These people have not been anywhere, if you ask me, doing anything. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. They are taking credit for everyone else's work. They are sitting there taking credit for everyone else's work. While they sit at the BBQ licking the chicken, they take credit for everyone else's hard work to find Sebastian. And in my opinion, they already know where he is. I think Katie knows exactly what happened to Sebastian, if you ask me. That's my opinion.
great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we asked them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
the
needs
flyers
to be done.
are being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School. And, it means a lot to me, this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And, I, it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, a stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, I, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound like
fine.
a
Say
jerk.
it. Say
It's
it.
going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out.
All right.
Sorry, but I just
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's
I've had
hard.
it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Hmm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. And in
Okay.
fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, they're mandatory.
There you go. He didn't have a belt on. Did you hear him? He goes to school. He doesn't got a belt on. Whack. I got him. Right? So he just admits. That he whipped him for not having a belt on. Right? Yes. Now, listen to what he says later, because he tries to backtrack and lie.
Reporters. So the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing? It's her again." She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay."
Now, this is an autistic child who reported to Child Protective Services not on one occasion of being abused, but on 2. And because he was autistic and he wasn't able to explain things the way a normal person would, And because he was getting confused with different times, what he was trying, and Chris knows what Sebastian was trying to explain to the lady. The three different stories that Sebastian was getting, the three different stories was three different times that had went pretty much the same way. This particular time that he's reporting it went. And he was telling her about two other times that, that he was abused the same way. And this particular time, he was tired of being abused like that. But she took it as him not knowing what he was talking about and telling three different stories in one. That's not what he was doing. And this caseworker should not be a caseworker because she does not have an open mind. She does not have the education to understand that this child was talking. He was rolling three different times of abuse up into one, but he was wanting her to understand. The other two times was like this time. And this time he was tired of being abused. He was going to report it. She didn't have enough freaking brains to understand that. Right? Or else she just didn't want to. Because Chris is right. Some women can be won over. Can be won over by a dick. They're so, they're so busy giggling and smiling and wanting some attention. They can be won over by a freaking dick. Right? That could have been the case as well. I don't know. I wasn't there. But you know what? It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Right? I mean, Katie right there is won over by it, right? She's won over by it. She's allowing this guy to abuse her child. She's sitting there building him up and tarnishing her child. Beating her child down, if you ask me. His reputation, right? She's sitting right alongside this guy. Willing to talk just as bad about Sebastian as the guy is. It's me and you, baby. It's me and you, baby, against the world. Don't that sound familiar? Don't that sound familiar? Don and Candus. Me and you, baby. Me and you against the world. Right? That's the dumbest damn thing I think I have ever heard. The dumbest damn thing I think I have ever heard in my life. You have to have the mentality level of the size of a pea to think of me and you, baby, against the world. No, it's me and you, baby, taking care of everything, right? Me and you, baby, paying the bills. Me and you taking care of the kids. Me and you working together as one to get everything done. They ain't no me and you, baby, bullshit against the world. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. One of my children came in, and anytime one of my children show up, you'll hear the microphone and everything go off because no, it wasn't important. It wasn't important. But I still always do listen because I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be important or not. I don't think um, that my son wanting to know what I did with the candy bars was important. I put them in the cabinet, right? I put them in the cabinet where the other snacks are. Um, so it wasn't important, but you know, it was important to them. It was important to them, right? So, and I bet you 10 to 1, 10 to 1, I won't be getting no candy bar. I won't, you know, this child will go to the cabinet. It will find the candy bars now, and I will find the wrappers. Right? They'll find the candy bars, I'll find the wrappers. Um, I ain't even gonna worry about no candy bars coming back to PG because I know that ain't gonna happen. I know that ain't happening. But that's what my child wanted to know. What did I do with the candy bars? I didn't think about it, but I should have gave my child the same answer I'm always getting. I don't know, right? Man, I had an opportunity to get even and I didn't. Yeah, yeah, man. I passed that one up. I passed that one up. It's gone now, y'all. It's gone now. Maybe next time. Maybe next time.
She goes, blue, blue, blue. She told me exactly what happened. I said, yes, ma'am. She goes, oh my God. I said, yes, ma'am. This is how it's been. Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute.
Yeah, you cut out, Chris. We're all thanking God right now that we don't
cut
have
out. I can. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like, but. And I was like, you got punished. And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble.
now. Now, let us step back. Let us step back for a second, you guys. He said that Sebastian said, but. And he said, no, no, Sebastian, you got punished. You got punished. He was shutting Sebastian down in front of the caseworker. He was shutting the boy's voice down because he was afraid that this woman would begin to understand that this child was being abused. And I could tell that he was in fear of something as he was talking to this child the way he did. The caseworker was not smart enough to say, wait, hold on. He's saying, but what, son? But what? Go ahead. Explain it to me. No, she did not have patience. I don't know who this caseworker was, but I hope she's fired. I hope she is no longer a caseworker because she is not good for any child if she's not going to take the time to really listen, really open her mind and understand what's going on, because now this child that she didn't want to listen to, and she let this man lord it over this boy right in front of her. This child is missing, completely missing. She should have listened. She should have listened. This goes to show that if she would have listened and took her job seriously, she could have helped this child. She could have maybe stopped this, what has happened, from happening. But she didn't listen. This child was crying out for help. This child knows what abuse is. That child knew what abuse is. And this child was crying for help and couldn't get it. And couldn't get it like so many other children do. Yes, the system is failing our children. The system is failing our children. I don't think it really cares about our children at all. I think it only cares about making a paycheck and going home. Nobody wants to make their job any harder than what it has to be. And that's what's going on with this country. That's what's going on with this country. Right? I'm going to tell you. This guy thinks because he is a crane operator, and they do make good money. Crane operators do make good money. No doubt they do. I have to admit they do. Right? And he thinks because he makes good money that it entitles him to be at a higher standard than other people. Right? To try to be held at a higher standard than other people. Buddy, I don't give a damn how much you make. Because your bank account does not define the asshole that you are. It doesn't entitle you to be an asshole. I don't care how much money you have in this world. You can either use it for the good or you can use it for evilness. You use everything for evilness, sir. Everything, including that belt, right? Them trash bags. You use everything for evilness. You know, when God gives you a good job and he gives you good pay, then you ought to share that. You ought to share that, right? You ought to share that wealth, right? Like, you know, Day says, oh, PG carrying a Louis Vuitton. No, I could. I probably could if I wanted to carry Louis Vuittons. I'm sure I could. No doubt in my mind. If I really wanted to. I don't want to. And I'll tell you why I don't want to. Because, for one, a Louis Vuitton doesn't make a person. I don't need to go out in public and try to be someone I'm not. I don't need to go out there and try to get anyone's approval or praise or anything else. When I go out into public, I want to know who really likes me and who doesn't. That's one reason I don't pack around a Louis Vuitton and and wear the most expensive, brands of this and that and one thing and another. I don't need it and I don't want it. But more so, I could not carry a Louis Vuitton because I'll tell you why. That is money that can be allocated to people less fortunate than myself. How am I going to carry around a pocketbook that would put food on the table for 4 or 5 families? A week's worth of groceries on 4 or 5 families' tables. Don't you think that putting groceries on tables that need food to be put on them is more important than a Louis Vuitton? How do you think God's going to look at you when you're packing a purse around and there's 4 or 5 people's tables empty? How is God going to look at you? I'm not packing no Louis Vuitton. I wouldn't do it if, I just wouldn't do it if I could. I wouldn't do it. I'm sure I could. Haven't really ever thought about it. Because that isn't who I am. It isn't who I am. I'm busy taking care of a lot of other people. I've been busy all my life taking care of other people. My whole life. I haven't ever really thought to, haven't ever really thought. I don't drive new vehicles because that's money I can allocate to help others. Right? And I don't need a new vehicle. I don't need one. There is too many people in this life that have it hard. There's old people that can't afford their medications. Why don't you help them? There's families that get in a hard time. Why don't you help them? There's people who's going to get evicted because they're behind. No fault of their own. They didn't waste the money. Right? They didn't waste the money and now they're going to get kicked out. Somebody got sick or something happened. They lost their job or they're in between jobs. And they're praying for a hand up, not a handout. Why don't you help them? There is no reason to go around and act arrogant and ugly and like you're somebody just because you make good money at your job. Just because you're able to afford a little better home than most people live in. Just because you could afford new things if you wanted them. I'm going to tell you something. God is looking at the inside of you. God don't care what you're wearing. He don't care what you're packing. He doesn't care what other people are seeing. He cares about what he's seeing. And he's seeing the inside of you, Mr. Chris. And he's seeing that it's very ugly. And he's seeing that you are letting your little bit of status in the world go to your head. And you need to stop. You need to stop. You need to humble yourself. And you need to stop being so aggressive, like you've got some kind of right, some kind that like you're entitled to be the asshole that you are, because you're not. Nobody likes your attitude, sir. Nobody likes your attitude. Your attitude is very ugly. And you probably don't like mine because I'm pointing it out. But I don't give a shit. I personally don't give a damn. I really don't care. Because I'm going to tell you what. I know a way a human's supposed to be. I know how we're supposed to be inside. I know what God wants to see in you. And by God, you better be being the person God wants to see. Or you're going to wish you had. You're going to wish you had. No child deserved to be done the way this man has done that child. No child should ever be told that if you report being abused, you're going to get in trouble. Because that's what that caseworker pretty much told that little boy. Oh, because he's special needs. He doesn't know what's important to a report and what isn't. He doesn't know how to define between it. So he should have not ever been told that. He should not have ever been told not to report when someone's abusing him or he felt that he was being abused. This child had his disabilities used against him, not only by this abuser, his Mr. Chris and his mother inside the home, but he had his disability used against him by a caseworker, which was supposed to be there for him, not Mr. Chris. She was supposed to be there for him. She's supposed to have been on his side, not Mr. Chris's side. It's really heartbreaking covering these cases. It's absolutely heartbreaking to cover these cases of these children going through so much. And and when we look at the hindsight of everything, we see where they could have been helped and they wasn't. God, it's just even more heartbreaking, right? Even more heartbreaking when we see where they dropped the ball and this child could have been saved. I don't know, y'all. I think it's pretty messed up. This world has become super evil. The people, the people that's supposed to be the saviors are just as freaking wicked as the wicked humans doing these things. And that don't sit right with me. Right? Don't sit right with me.
For that. So that happened, and the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know, what was he wearing when they went to dinner? Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh,
Hold on.
I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying. Does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, if you allowed him to hit your boy even one time with that belt, he beat your son. What do you call being slapped with a belt? I think I call that beat. Okay? And I think it's against the law to hit a special needs child with any object. Just saying.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast, if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no! Oh, he's done. Oh. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. He's like, he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to call
ma'am.
me, and I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever, and he jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Far away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So now, you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God and Country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was. Because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case. And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
No, no. You, this guy right here, he loves wordplay. He loves wordplay. Trust me. I mean, he is definitely a devil's advocate, right? He's definitely into the games. He's into the games like the whales, right? Sir, it's not what Josh asked. It's what you failed to answer. It's what you failed to answer. Now, he asked about CPS. Is there, well, sir, the open case, Josh says, usually is not required unless there's other cases where CPS has been involved. You failed at that time to say, well, yeah, there was 2 other incidents where Sebastian reported child abuse against me, right? And thank goodness they had a dingbat caseworker that, that wanted to look at our home and our jobs and our status in society instead of, what was really going on, and see me for the abuser I am. And that's why they opened up the new case. It's because you did have 2 other cases. Let them be open or closed. You knew they were there and you failed to mention them. Because that would have tarnished your reputation. That would have tarnished you, and you don't like to be tarnished. You love to tarnish Sebastian, and you love to tarnish other people, but you don't like to be tarnished. And that's why you failed to be honest and truthful and upfront. And that's what Josh was pointing out. That's what he was pointing out. And you thought, you got the best of him. You got the best of him on Smalley's thing, and you got off feeling good about yourself. But I bet you're not feeling good tonight. I bet you're not feeling good tonight when your ass got called out for exactly what the fuck you had done on Smalley's Live to Josh. You're not feeling good now, are you? No, because PG called your ass out on it. You're not feeling good. You're not going to feel good here. You're not going to feel good here. This is a channel beyond channels. This is a channel like no other channels out here. Because over here it's America. We don't give a crap, sir. We don't give a shit. We tell it like it is. We agree to disagree. We agree to hug it out at the end of the night, and we agree to move on. But we also agree to call an asshole out when we see one. And you're getting called out tonight, Mr. Chris. You're getting called out. Right? Absolutely you are. You did not want to tarnish your reputation, and that's why you avoided being honest and truthful. And that's exactly what the lab was talking about. And you know what he was talking about. And he was all right and you were wrong. And you also have CPS cases. And you said Mexico. You said you have them there too. So obviously, somehow your daughter and wife feels that, you're abusing them as well. You're abusing your other child, your biological child, or they wouldn't be a case open there against you. But you didn't mention that. And I took note also, you didn't want to talk about the one over in Mexico. You didn't care to talk about Sebastian's, but you didn't want to talk about your biological child's open case with CPS. You didn't want to talk about the fact that you were going to court and you lost. Nope, you won't be seeing your child. They got a restraining order. Stay away from it. Right? There you go. There you go. You was trying to save your face. You was trying to save your face. That's what you were trying to do. And you were willing to try to put a very good man down. An upstanding man that's out here for these missing kids doing all he can to help them. And you were willing to try to tarnish him and put him down in some fashion. That shit ain't gonna happen. Not out here. Not out here. Because we all know Josh, and we know what a good guy he is and how hard he works for these missing children. So you will not get away with that. Absolutely not.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything.
Yes, they are searching. They are searching the other landfill. They are searching a landfill in Kentucky, and that's because the people who pick up the carriers of that particular dumpsters said that when they had come out to pick up the dumpster, that the weight was off, that it felt like it might have had more in it than it usually did, and they just wanted to notify law enforcement that they did take note. They did take note that particular at that particular time, it did feel like the weight was off by weighing more than it usually did. So that's why, and that particular trash was going over into Kentucky. That's why they've been over there searching that landfill. It's because of the tip by the collectors of that garbage themselves. They were the ones to report it. So that's, yeah, I already know about that. Absolutely. Right. The garbage did go to different landfills. That's true. But the landfill that they're really looking into is the one in Kentucky, because the dumpster seemed to weigh more, seemed to weigh out a little more than it usually does when they pick it up. So, and they're the ones that reported it. That's why they're over there looking. Yeah. I understand. I understand what you guys are saying. I understand what you're saying. But it was the construction dumpster that seemed to weigh more than what it usually did. The one over in Kentucky seemed to weigh out a little heavier than usual. That's why they're over there searching it. That's what I'm saying. The home trash, from my understanding, the home trash they were checking into as well. They're checking over in Kentucky, and they were checking also um, they're checking everywhere. They're checking everywhere for Sebastian right now, everywhere. But the tip came in from the very people who pick up the dumpsters. Is why they're there searching.
Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your
Mm,
question.
you did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So
now? I think
so
he said
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes,
Um, they've been searching. They've been searching over in Kentucky. They've been searching that landfill over in Kentucky for a minute now. They've been over there searching for a minute now. That's not new news. That's not new news. They've been over there. I heard about that early on.
there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an
Okay.
active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I get it. The act.
I know. No, it wasn't true. It wasn't true because Josh said, if he asked you about other cases, because usually it's not required to open a case if there wasn't other cases. You failed to say, yeah, there was other cases. And you're right. That's probably why they opened this one. You're the one that's a liar. You're a liar, sir. You're a liar. You did not answer that question truthfully. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. But you thought that you could turn the table on Josh like you did, right? And use your wordplay to try to win a battle. And it's bullshit. You did not win that battle, sir. We all know the truth. We all know the truth, and we know that you're a liar. You did not tell the truth. You so did not tell the truth. Oh, Kim, I appreciate that. Hey, PG, what's up? Mods in chat. Hey, girl, I appreciate you are a member for 10 months. All right. God bless. There we go. Amen. Hey, girl, I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel. Amen. Justin says, Michelle, air. Home trash stays in Tennessee landfill and construction trash goes to Kentucky landfill. Right. and it's the one over in Kentucky that they have really done a diligent search upon. They said that it didn't weigh out the way it usually did, and he might, and they thought maybe possibly Sebastian could have been in it. Yes, that's true.
Investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just saying.
Well, but you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated.
Sir, on this show, I am insinuating you are a liar, and you were, you was, you are, and you know it. There you go. You lied. Josh was totally right. You were totally fucking wrong.
You just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is what exactly.
And you did not give him a truthful statement. You did not give him a truthful statement. Your case was reopened when Sebastian went missing because you had prior cases with Child Protective Services upon Sebastian. And you got him on another child as well. What's up with you and children, mister?
Calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a, sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say
Bull crap. Dude, you gotta put shoes on. Right? He'll take the trash out in his socks. You gotta put shoes on. I hear that child did not go in or out without shoes on his feet because he stepped in fire ants, and it's something he did not ever forget. And he didn't run out of the house at his biological dad's without shoes on, ever. So if he didn't do it there, he's not going to be doing it anywhere else.
honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code in.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it. Okay.
All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, is there anybody you could think of? And I know, I'm sure you gave it to the police, that might have had the combination that could have come in while you were asleep, that the dogs would not be alert.
Why would this child need to lock the door every time he goes out? If he goes out to take, I mean, okay, for instance, you know, well, okay, my kids don't pack the garbage out very often. I guess they just figure I can do it. And I can. And most of the time I do. Yeah. But anyway, okay, put it this way. When I take the garbage out, I don't lock the mother freaking door behind me. What if I have to get back in there real quick? Right? What if there's a stray dog running around? You know, right? Or what if there's some like creepy stranger? What if you need to get back in the house in a hurry? Right? Why the hell would you be locking the door? That don't make no sense right there. This is a child, an autistic child. Why is this autistic child you're going to let your child go outside, lock the door behind it, and just do what? Do what? And if it's true that you have let your child go out, lock the door behind it, you wasn't watching it, and it didn't wander off, it didn't go nowhere, it came right back in, then that tells me that your son did not leave home in the middle of the night with no shoes on and a freaking keychain flashlight. That I feel that flashlight got put in that trash bag and thrown away. And I think they know it was one of the items that got thrown away. That's why they're bringing it up. No, that ain't going to happen. That just isn't going to happen, y'all. It isn't going to happen. This kid ain't going to go out of the house, some weird hours in the dark, right? Barefooted. Lock the door behind it, not ever come back. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit if I've ever heard it.
To or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been in by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video.
Okay. If somebody else would have did it, then he'd have been on it too, Chris. You said if a stranger came and did something like that, there would have been shadows, or they would have seen, and the Ring camera across the road would have caught it. Well, your old lady just said that when he goes out, he's got to push the buttons to lock it. And it wasn't open the next morning. So what's the difference between a stranger pushing them buttons and Sebastian pushing them? They still would have been seen. Sebastian would have been seen just like a stranger would have. So there goes your damn theory. You, sir, just helped us. You just helped us more than you'll ever know. Because you just let us know that if a stranger would have been there, they'd have been seen. And if Sebastian would have been there locking that door back, he'd have been seen too. And nobody was seen. Nobody was seen. There you go. There you go.
And I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood, because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because.
No, that's why law enforcement's looking at you and your old lady. That's why you guys are getting looked at, because the whole area had nothing to hide, because they done nothing. And other than a couple of lights that they're not sure now if it was even anything. No cameras caught nothing. No cameras seen him out there in that area at all. Matter of fact, search dogs didn't pick up his scent upon your property. No cameras picked him up upon that property at all. So, with no cameras picking him up on the property and no search dogs could pick him up on that property, that tells me he wasn't out there. That tells me that he had to go out the same way he got home that day. And that was in Mommy's car. That was in a vehicle that was in the garage. Because he wasn't no scent of him anywhere outside. And scent dogs will pick up his scent. Absolutely pick up his scent. No doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
We saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay, so did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Just asking.
No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
Sounds to me like you were asking them about things that you were worried about. That's what it sounds to me like. Sounds to me like you were asking them about things. You were alluding to see what kind of information they were going to collect, what kind of information they was going to be after. And they knew by you asking all of this, it's no bother to do it, because you've already wiped it clean. You already wiped it clean. Law enforcement is so much smarter than these criminals. If you're sitting there asking about something, they know that you know. And if you already know, you've already took care of that problem. Right? Yeah. That's the way it goes. Right? That's the way it goes.
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Wells have a couch in front of a door, and these people have a couch in front of a door. What's the odds of this? What's the odds of this? I don't know.
I was just wondering, so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go
Is
out
there
the
an
back.
exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the
Off the process of elimination. The process of elimination.
house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but
Yeah, through the garage door. He comes in with you through the garage door because you park in the garage. That's the door he came in. That must have been the door he went out.
that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going.
And that's a big red flag that she doesn't want. Did you take note that she don't want to talk about the other door that he comes in and out with her? Did you notice that she tried to avoid that door in the whole conversation? That's big red flag, you guys. That's her subconscious mind wanting to avoid it, not think about it.
To sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been.
not have been locked.
Hmm.
So the back
Because
door, so that
So the other doors would not have been locked. The other doors would not have been locked. There's not a way for him to lock the other doors. But he hadn't ever snuck out of the house before. Why would he all of a sudden sneak out of the house? That's BS. This is a kid that had no friends, right? I mean, they said it themselves that he had no friends. They said it themselves that he had no connection to any type of outside communication, as in, social media, right? No outside communication to social media. Where would this kid just disappear to then? Where would he have to go? He had no place to go. So therefore he isn't going, you know, and stepdad wasn't there. Stepdad wasn't there. He had no worries about stepdad. So why would he, if stepdad was there giving him hell, yeah, I could imagine he might walk out. But stepdad wasn't there. He'd just been with mom, went out to dinner, doing good things, right? He seemed to be happy the whole day. There was no reason for him to do nothing. No reason whatsoever. And I don't think he did. I don't think he did, folks. Other than say, I'm not taking out that garbage. And it could be where everything went awry.
back door would not lock.
from the outside like the front, no. Mm-mm. You'd have to had a key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house to
No, I
y'all personally.
understand that.
That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own from the outside. And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, and plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Everybody, he says, would have heard it. I'm telling you, this guy keeps placing himself at that residence. He keeps slipping up and placing himself there. Who's everybody? Who's everybody? I mean, he says we would have heard. Everybody, meaning him and her. He keeps placing himself there. Was he there? I'm starting to think he was.
Okay.
I mean, that it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there's no, and so, and
I think they need to go to the job site he'd been working on. I think they need to go to the job site he's been working on and check some of the holes there. Right? I think they need to go there and do some searching. They need to take some search dogs there and do some searching. That's what they need to do. They needed to go to his job site immediately with search dogs and have that job site searched. If you ask me, I think they probably have found something. If they did, they still might.
there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yeah.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
See, he said we would have heard something.
Yeah. All right, let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard questions. And I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask, like, what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like, when y'all were out to eat Sunday,
I don't think he was taken out. I don't think he was taken out that door. I think he was taken through the garage. I truly believe, because the search dogs couldn't find his scent anywhere outside around the house. And he hadn't been outside that weekend, right? He hadn't been outside all weekend. He had been in the house playing his games, Minecraft, whatever. And they went out to dinner Sunday. They went out to dinner, right? Because they were seen on video. And when they got home, they came in through the garage. She parked in there, came in through the garage, and there's no cameras in there's no cameras in the garage. I think he went out the same way he came in, and that's why there's no scent outside anywhere in the yard or around the house of him.
Like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat.
Let's
go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And and then he changed before he went to bed into the black
sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
was originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
Mm-hmm. And I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants, where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about, exactly.
That's why I'm like,
How does he know? How does he know? He acts like he's seen them. He acts like he acts like he has a visual. Like, he acts like he has, a vision of exactly what they look like. Right? How would he know?
older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard, I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
Nah, you're fine.
okay. All right, let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
Slightly above the elbow. So you have more scratches than just the ones we're able to see. And no, sir, you have scratches on both arms. There's a picture. You have scratches on both of your arms, not one, on both. On both. Matter of fact, I probably don't have time to put it into content right now and come, because I've been in here so long already, you guys. But I will bring it out. There is scratches on both arms. Both arms, there is scratches. And now he's letting us know that there was more scratches that we wasn't even able to see. There you go, folks. There you go.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. There are 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble, and I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
they got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just saying.
when I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking to Fox 17.
Okay, Fox 17. I had already been home. So I got home February 26th. That can be released because that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those are scratches that are fresh.
They would have been fresh. They would have been fresh if they were just a couple of days old. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right? He's got scratches on him. He's got scratches on him. And he wants to blame the dogs. That's hard to believe. That's hard to believe because, I think if the dog scratched him or bit him or anything, they'd have to be punished. They'd have to be punished, right? Yeah, they would have to be punished. So I don't believe that shit at all.
Okay.
The day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay. So
And why do we care? Why do we care what the hell you was wearing? Why do we care? That does not even pertain to what we are supposed to be talking about. We're talking about Sebastian, what he was wearing, what he was carrying, why he didn't have shoes on. This is all about him, not you. We don't give a damn if you showed up in your birthday suit. We really don't care.
y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked.
If you don't know, if you hadn't heard that before, then how the hell was you able to answer it? How the hell was you able to answer it? You knew right where the scratches were. You were prepared for that shit. You heard it. You already heard it because you were too prepared for it. You are such a liar. Such a damn liar. You think you can manipulate people, but you can't. You can't. Oh my gosh.
It, I believe today, and I asked it
And
yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing like it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
There we go again. There we go again. Right? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. This mother freaker gives PG a headache. He gives me a freaking headache. This mother freaker is not brilliant. He is not brilliant in the least. Matter of fact, he's a moron. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. He's a mother freaking moron. He's an asshole. A total fucking asshole. He's creepy fucking weird. He's a control freak. If I had to say, he's a sociopath, in my opinion. And I'm allowed to have all of this because this is America. This is America. We're entitled to think and say whatever we damn well please. He's putting his ass out here public for us to pick apart. And we're picking his bullshit apart too, folks. We're picking that bullshit apart. Trust me. But I'm going to tell you something. This is the most this is the most bullshit that I've ever heard in one setting in my life. Right? I've heard more bullshit in this one setting than I've ever heard before in one setting. The sad thing is, this is a sad thing. We're only halfway through it. We're halfway through it, y'all. And I'm going to tell you what. We're going to stop here. We're going to stop here. And we're going to pick up on the other half, God willing. God willing, tomorrow evening. We're going to pick up on the other half. Because I just don't think I can endure any more of his bullshit tonight. To be perfectly honest. I just don't think I can endure any more of his bullshit tonight. Just can't. It is my opinion, that they know exactly what happened to Sebastian. That's just my opinion. It's my opinion. And I'm entitled to that. I'm entitled to that. Because people don't talk this much lying bullshit if they ain't got something to hide. They don't try to hide. They don't try to hide things that really didn't matter unless they've got something really to hide. What I'm saying is, what he did with Josh, not answered it honestly, tried to turn the table, tried to make it to something it wasn't. Josh was right, he was wrong. He did not answer Josh's question honestly. He knew exactly what Josh was talking about and alluding to. And he alluded away from it. And he bluntly fucking lied. He bluntly lied. Whether he likes it or he don't, he did. When Josh said, it's not necessary if other cases haven't been opened, he said, oh, well, the sheriff said this is what they had to do. No, sir, you lied at that point. Because you should, what the truthful answer would have been, well, yeah, there was other cases, so that could be why they did that. That would have been the truth. And you fucking know it was the truth. And you lied. You lied about the other two cases. Because you didn't want them to tarnish your ass, and as you knew it would. As you knew it would. So don't ever call Josh a liar, because he wasn't lying. Sir, when you run your mouth on people, you're talking about better than you are. You are talking about better folks than you will ever be. And it sickens me. Because in my book, you're just a nobody. You're just a nobody. As I ask every night, please, please, please continue to keep the prayers going up for these children. There is 4 children. Michael Vaughn, Sebastian Rogers, not Proudfoot, Sebastian Rogers, Seth Rogers, biological son, is missing. Eli is still missing. Sweet little 3-year-old Eli, still missing. And Summer Moon Utah Wells, still missing. So please keep them prayers going up for these missing babies. These babies need our prayers. They need us to pray that God lets them be found and their cases be solved. So please, let us join together as one in the name of Jesus Christ. And let us pray for these missing children. Father, please let these children be brought home. Please. We come to you. We humbly come to you. And we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, God, please, please let these babies be found. Let them be brought home. Let justice ring. Let justice ring, Father, in the name of Jesus. And let everyone out here, everyone get closure. Because these children deserve it, Father. And we love these children, and we work so hard for these children. And we deserve it too. And we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Don't forget to pray tonight before you go to bed. Don't forget to pray for these babies. Pray for them when you wake up. Let God know how important it is for all of us to have these children found. It's not a want, it's a need. They need to be found. And the evil humans that have done evil things, well, they need to be put away. They need to be put away from society so they cannot ever hurt or do such an evil deed to another child. So please, if you do nothing else, please pray for these kids. Please pray for them. Because the gift of prayer is the best gift you can give. The gift of prayer. Money can't buy that. Money cannot buy the most important thing in the world. And that's your prayers going up from your lips to God's ears. There is no price tag. There's no price tag big enough. No price tag big enough to cover that kind of gift. You don't know how much your prayers are worth. If you did, you'd be praying a lot more. You'd be praying a lot more, folks. So please send those prayers up. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Please, please, please send those prayers up. And pray for one another. There's so many people who need prayer. I'm going to tell you, I've only been out here a little over 2 years, right? A little over 2 years I've been here. But I'm going to tell you something. I've seen miracles. I have seen miracles right here. I seen a miracle where we found a child, right? This channel literally brought a child home. And other miracles that I've seen, we have bonded together and we have prayed for so many people. And those people are here still. And they're very grateful and thankful we were praying. Do you think they don't know that all of our prayers was what helped get them better and back where they're at now? Sure it is. Sure it was. And they're so grateful. And there's people here still needing prayers. There's people here still needing our prayers. So let us send prayers up for them. I know that we don't know what they want or what they need, but God does. God does. And that's all that matters, is He does. So make sure that you pray for them. Just let God know, Lord, I don't know what they want, but God, I know you do. I know you do. And in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I pray. I pray that you answer all their prayers. Amen. That's how quick and easy it is. And everybody's life will be getting better because somebody's a praying for them. Let us pray for one another, because a family that prays together stays together. And I'm going to tell y'all something. We are a family. We're a family for all these missing children. And we care and love all these missing children. And we care and love one another. Believe it or not, I do love y'all. And I do believe you love me. So let us keep them prayers going up, you guys. God bless. Much love. Good night.